Jimmy?
I can.
Thank you.
Okay. So, the last time we played, you were flying southwest on the Dart, along a route meant to take you around flight, avoiding its sphere of influence. To that effect, you'd be looking for signs of it and take samples from nearby creatures, just as you had trained a day prior. As you had been soaring over the open ocean, you did in fact discover faraway signs of the blind, an oily web stretching across the water, floating along its surface. Ascending past the clouds, you gained distance and a cover from the view you'd only caught a glimpse of during your ascent, the colossal eye staring back at you. You flew southwest for 2 more days, secure in ignorant safety above the billowing carpet of clouds, until the sky broke out in flames. You had found yourself suddenly awake to a listing airship, and quickly discovered that any and all magic had been cut off from you entirely. You discovered that not only was this not the expected influence of the blind, but that the skies outside had turned into a roiling chaos, emanating from a bright star, a second false sun past the cloud's horizon. You had witnessed the clouds turning into fireballs and comets of cracking stone, turning into colorful maelstroms and arcs of lightning. And then, of course, tumbling and falling through the skies, your airship crashed. But not before you, relying on your obscure flight training, managed to force the ship back into a low glide just before passing out. You had awoken on the shores of a volcanic island, mirroring the chaos of the sky still unfolding above. Your airship, the Dart, in its rough landing likely somewhere in the water, had washed ashore at Raud Galar, the volcanic half-continent to the south of Kauran, which laid along your airship's route. You'd have watched as fiery comets and unknown debris would arc through the sky, which itself was a painting of lights and colors centered on that distant pulsing light. Slowly coming to, you'd learn that at the moment, you would all find yourself weakened significantly. Aside from any exhaustion already affecting you, what's more, you had no access to magic, even innately. And you'd discover that Vidar was currently a shell of his former self, trapped, in fact, in a shell of his own armor. With few options and a distinct need for and lack of water, you'd set out to find a way to either extract clean water from the heat or find a volcanic spring. So, loaded with heavy barrels, you'd made your way up the mountain. This is where we begin today's session.
Mm-hmm. So I do see the snail, right?
Yes.
Is it moving?
Just before we'd ended, you'd reached your destination. A billowing cloud of vapor. And the source of water you'd been looking for. After abandoning the idea of salts and seawater due to the smell of sulfur in its waves, you'd arrived at where spring of water meets a cracked and hardened field of lava. And as you specifically make your way across, a rock close beside you started to crack open, revealing the elongated neck of a creature inside of that rock.
Is it moving?
You see its crack open. You see these sort of pieces of debris where it's been probably closed up for a long while, falling off of the shell. And you see the next sort of crane out and towards you. It does seem to be aware of your presence.
How quickly is it moving?
At the moment, as the shell is sort of opening and its neck is craning outwards, it's not moving terribly fast.
Okay, but it has already seen me. I guess it's better to withdraw for now then. How deep was this again? This leap?
Leaping across, the height of this cliff is only about 20 to 15 feet. Probably where you're standing, it is only 15 or so feet. You could easily jump the distance to the lower level across the lava.
Yeah,
Where
that's
it's
the
standing
plan.
currently is a high mountain. And steep.
Guess I will take the leap with a little bit of running beforehand.
Okay. You do not need to run any acrobatics for this one. You managed to leap across the way where you previously left towards and climbed up the hot rock. You land on the other side. You jump through this wall of heat as you cross over a flow of lava once more. And you land fairly safely on the other side.
Then we'll make my way back to the others. Always taking a look behind my back to see if the thing is following.
Mm-hmm. As you make distance from the creature you just it sort of vanishes in the distance, the vapors in the cloud. At the moment, it's difficult to see the sort of immediate area just beyond the field. But it doesn't appear to be following you to a degree that it crosses the lava. At least you see no.
Alright. Make my way. Climbing down. Alright, I've got some good, some bad news.
Okay.
Good news, there is definitely water there. It's pretty hard to reach because there's like a lot of steam and lava. If we try to like from the front get there, this is really hot. It really hurts. And there's an angry-looking snail up there too. That I don't know. Could be dangerous. In our current state, probably is dangerous.
But it didn't like follow you back.
It was slow. It came a little bit, but as soon as it came to the lava, it kind of stopped. Doesn't want to go over the lava, it seems.
Just to be real clear, when you say snail, you don't mean a normal.
No, of course not. It's like big. It's like, how big was it, Beggar? Like double my size or something from
It would be large.
large, yeah. It's like he just takes, like holds out his arms. It was like this, like even bigger than this. It's just like a big
To
one.
think we'd find ourselves afraid of a snail.
Is it edible? Is it dangerous?
Could you describe what it looked like?
Yeah, it had like a shell that was kind of black, and there were like some kind of thorns, teeth on its shell, outer side. It looked very pointy, and the face had kind of like a beak, not like a normal snail, and it just slowly came out of that shell. It just
If it survives in an environment like this, then at the very least, it would be highly resilient creature. As far as eating it goes, that would likely also be dangerous given our environment. But you could always try.
Bagner, have I ever read of any sort of snail that lives in, like, large snail that lives in conditions like this?
Give me a history check with disadvantage.
I was already gonna give myself disadvantage. I feel like everything I'm doing right now with my brain is a disadvantage. That's 13.
You probably would be aware of snails that live in the water near volcanic activity. But you wouldn't have heard of any snails larger than cat-sized in that sense.
Mhm.
It's probable that it's a distant specimen of the same sort of family, but without actually seeing it, you wouldn't be able to guess.
Mhm.
So probably our best bet, because we really need the water, is to get in front of this snail altogether. Does that sound about right?
Did you see any other paths that could be taken?
Yeah.
not really. If we would try to circle on the left, there's like a lot of lava and steam still there, and in the center there was the steam. I couldn't get close to the water, even though getting there wasn't hard, but as soon as I reached the steam, it's like not really... I wasn't able to get close enough to get some water. And on the right was a little bit of climbing needed to get there, but it was possible. Didn't see any other ways so far. Maybe if we circle, like, make a huge circle around. I don't know.
From what you'd currently be able to see, because of course you can sort of see past the smaller caldera you find yourself in, the height of these basalt pillars increases as you get farther away. You see more magma flow sort of in the immediate vicinity of the area, but the greater issue would just be the general difference in height you'd have to climb.
So if we try to go over, is it something? It looked like you made a pretty big chunk over there.
Mm-hmm.
Is it something where like Huxley could try to throw us? Those of us that are not as good at jumping as you are? Or do we need to like maybe take the slower climbing route? It's hard, but you know, like at least it's immediately dangerous.
Silas, can you give me a survival check?
Mm-hmm. Survivor. A 12.
With the leap you did, and if you imagine someone getting thrown the same distance, while the crossing of that gap is easily possible, you definitely know that it wouldn't be that easy to then hang onto the rocks of the cliff face and actually climb up afterward.
Yeah, I think Hux could easily throw us over there, but I'm not sure, and he looks at all of you. Not sure if you can then, like, grab onto the stone, which is pretty hot, by the way, and then just simply climb up there.
Well, that's fair. So do we need to like take the slower, the harder climbing route to the left?
Yeah, probably. Also, from up there, maybe I could, like, or we could, like, shoot the snail or something.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, let's get started then.
Right.
We do have a little bit of bound here.
If it's easier, I could always stay back here with Vidar.
It might be safer for you.
Yeah, probably. Hux, are you coming? Silas goes back to the group. Evelyn, are you sure? Or shall we like leave Hux behind for the two of you? Safety measure.
It's true, there could be snails around here. I
Yeah.
just haven't seen.
Perhaps then having Hux stay here would be smart as well.
Yeah. Then Red and I will.
What if I stay? Because I feel like Huxley would have better chances of like throwing a big snail into lava or something than I would.
Sure.
I mean, I could shoot it once or twice, but like, it's probably got a shell, so. Yeah, why don't I stay?
Alright, Hux.
Hux follows Silas.
Huxley has, or at least was lugging up with the barrel. Do you take that with you, or do you leave that here?
Is it an empty barrel or a full
I
barrel?
believe you have an empty barrel. You intended to, fill with water.
Yeah, then I'll probably bring it to the water.
Okay.
I will, pass off some. Probably not the rope, but like some of the little pittons and like a chain type of
Do
thing.
you do between the two of you, Silas and Huxley? Do you have the ropes too?
Let me check real quick.
I should have one.
Well, I think Rhett was giving the chain versus rope due to the heat.
Yeah,
Ah, I see.
I got like 50 foot of light chain back from
Right.
the dark.
Okay.
I just have the hempen rope.
Okay. Then you would make your journey across the rock. Can both of you give me an athletics?
Does the climbing gear help them?
Mm-hmm.
Whew. Okay. Was close to a natural one. Very close to a natural one, but it is a 21.
And someone roll for Huxley, please.
Oh yeah. It was the same roll! Exact same roll!
16.
16 plus whatever your acrobatics is.
Oh, acrobatics.
Oh no, sorry, athletics. Athletics. it
Athletics
was.
is plus 10.
Yeah, that 26.
A little bit slower as there are more ledges, more cliffs, and more smaller gaps to cross. You start making your way across the large plate of basalt until you reach the pillar. Despite moving a little bit slower than before, you make steady progress, and secured with the barrel to Huxley's back, you make your way all the way to the point where you see lava close to the surface flowing in between these basalt pillars. As this lava flows from the higher pillars, it almost sprays a little onto the rocks below, partially already hitting the water and causing a good amount of the steam in this before running together again into a larger flow, meeting with more lava from the underground into the large flow that crosses the caldera before you. You make your way simply across these pillars.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Which way would you try and go? Up here or?
Yeah, I would say up there.
Okay. The
Sure.
cliff further below, of course, is a lot lower, so you
Yeah.
like to make your way a little bit higher.
Yeah, also getting a good overview to see if there are more snails and stuff.
Silas, can you give me an acrobatics?
It's a 13.
And can you give me a con save for Hux?
Con save for hugs. I rolled a 10. I don't know what the con save is. Hugs.
Plus 10, so
20.
Okay. There is a significant amount of heat in these pillars, likely due to their proximity of the lava flowing through in between them. Each one of these pillars is itself extremely hot rock. But with your feet across the ground and Huxley simply slugging its way through, you cross the basalt pillars relatively easily, and you arrive at the flow of water. Immediately as you pass by this stream of lava, as you make your way toward the pillars at the edge of the water, the ground becomes a lot cooler. The air itself also becomes a lot.
Phew, this feels much better.
I guess Hux will. Well, can I reach the water from there?
There is sort of a short in between of stepping down a few pillars. It's not really a climb, it's more of a 5-foot high ledge to another 5-foot high ledge.
Yeah.
But you can reach the water without having to really climb down easily.
I will fill up.
Now we'll stay up the pillar just to keep a lookout.
Okay. You give me a perception roll with advantage.
That is a 27.
You look around, especially in the area you've been in before, looking for that rock you'd seen. And you do spot it. Currently closed once again and unmoving. It's still a very, sort of looking like this, a very, recognizable shape.
Mm-hmm.
And you see it resting where you'd left. You can see it's followed you quite a bit further into the steam, but it does seem to have not followed much further before closing up.
And if I look like further north and east, is that like, or like the other
You look
directions, do I see
around
similar?
Specifically for that shape. At least currently, the area that you can see, there's probably some spots here that you can't really fully see
Yeah.
due to the difference in height. But the sort of more flat area above where the water flows through, you cannot currently see any of these shell-looking rock.
Alright, after a while I will just try and very quickly go down there, fill my water skin too, and then go back up
Mhm.
there again.
Okay, you fill the barrel and the water skin fairly quickly. You will simply, dunk the barrel into the stream of water, which does seem to be a significant amount of water flowing down the mountain. And quickly enough, you close up the barrel, you fill your water skin, and you are in the possession of relatively clean water.
Alright, guess it's time to move back, right?
Let's go. Oh, yeah, because it's just kind of.
Same way back.
What was your passive perception again?
My passive is 23.
Okay. As you make your way back across the rocks, this time a little bit more carefully even, as the barrel of water does weigh you down a significant amount. Silas, as you generally look around, you do see another one of those someone.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't see that. Closed up and near the very edge of that cliff, in the midst of that steam. But far enough away for you to focus on your other task, which is getting across. And getting across, you do. Fairly easily, in fact. Even as you get to the point where you have to descend a fairly long stretch of cliff, with the pittance you have, with the light chain holding it down, getting down the barrel with Huxley's help is relatively easy. And
Good work, Hux.
soon enough, you've made your way back to the group.
We managed to get water. Yeah, everyone.
All right. Nice job. And no trouble with the snail.
No, we circled around them. There were multiple of them, at least 2 I saw. But yeah, I think we avoided attention.
Nice.
Then we return to the ship.
Oh, the ship, or do we need to follow the coast out of here?
Into where?
Oh.
I will admit I have not been to this land before. But towards the south, all that stretches is more volcano.
What is our plan at the
So-
ship?
I mean, probably rest tonight on the ship makes sense.
I would not so readily abandon the darts just yet.
You know,
We set things up right, there is a chance we could also use it as a boat. It is close to the outside, it will float. As for sails or rudder, we'd have to rig something together.
I mean, even if we can use it as a boat, it's on land right now, and we don't really have magic at our disposal to like shove a whole airship into the water. But yes,
True.
I mean, we can definitely go back and think our next steps, because as you said, I wouldn't like to
listen.
just abandon the ship.
Silas, I've seen you do some amazing things with ball bearings. That's all I'm saying.
That is very true. And I've seen Hux like
Somehow
move stuff
Ended
that
up
is
on
like
the rocks.
20
Perhaps
times
there
the
is
size.
a hide or something.
Yeah, true.
I
Yeah,
guess.
give it a shot.
Let's go back then.
Then, with the heavy barrel of relatively clean water, you begin your trek back down the mountain. From your currently heightened position, you can see the entire length of the coastline. You see black basalt rocks stretching left and right for miles along this upheaved ocean. You see heavy waves crashing against the cliffs, causing bursts of steam as water breaches into pools of exposed lava, as tide pools form in the way of flowing rivers of molten rock. And much like the volcano, much like the sky, the ocean is clearly in turmoil. You observe waves rippling and forming far in the distance as meteors and projectiles from the false sun crash into the water surface, sending tremors through the water. And you descend. You reach the dart near the end of the day. Even as the distant star ever glows, the light behind the colorful veneer of clouds fades and lessens, forming a much harsher, starker contrast along the horizon. Is there anything in particular you would do as you return to the airship?
With the idea of keeping an eye out for things that would be useful if we're trying to make the dart into an actual sailing ship. I doubt there's anything, but you know.
Looking around as far as I'm assuming you'd look for trees or vegetation or
Maybe
signs
even
of
like
civilization of a sort.
maybe even like a really nice flat piece of slate that could be a rudder or something. I don't know. Seems possible. Like, I don't know if there's any slate, but potentially we could
At
Make
least
something out of flat rocks.
currently, as you make your way down the mountain, you don't really see much in the ways of sort of sediment rock. Most of the rock you see is fairly solid, fairly thick rock. Near the coast, you'd likely find pieces of lighter floating volcanic stone. Stone that perhaps with tools you could even shape into a sort of runner, but at least the solid rocks that you descend down towards the ships all seem to be fairly thick and heavy.
Ablin, I know this might not be a very sensitive thing to ask, but like, would that be terrible, or is it? Would you be able to return if we borrowed some bones from our unmoving friend in the ship right now, to make a rudder of sorts and stuff? Is that? Could you reattach them afterwards? Or is that a not so good thing to do? Speaking about wind, by the way.
Why do you
I
feel the need to clarify that?
Because I forgot Vin's name for the whole thing, for the whole part I said about it until the end, and I was like, finally I remember the name.
Theoretically, depending on the condition of the bones, they could be repaired or reattached to Vint afterwards. But as he's not currently anything other than a pile of bones, it is difficult to say if it would change any of the elements used in the creation of it.
We also have like barrels and chests in there. We can like take them, turn it. Yeah, we can just use them
Yeah,
and
so-
build something.
Yeah, like have some metal tables, and we could even pop up some of the like decking
Yeah.
sheets, maybe. And the good thing about being on a volcano is if we need to like forge anything, there's a bunch of heat. You know, out of metal, not to forge anything out of metal. Oh.
Okay, so how would you spend the evening? Just scavenging the ship for supplies?
Yeah, I mean, can we, like, as a group, think about the best way to make a rudder and sail of some kind? Like, actually draw up a plan? I don't know.
You could, as a group, give me an intelligence check.
Sounds reasonable.
I don't think anyone has specific water vehicle knowledge.
No, just have land vehicle.
No.
Oh, how unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, right now it's a land vehicle.
But we're trying to turn it into a ship. I don't think that counts as a land vehicle.
It's a 15 from me.
13 for me. Oh, and I will roll for Hux.
8.
A 9 I rolled for Hux.
Plus. What's the roll for?
Intelligence.
Or intelligence, yeah. Then it's plus 0.
It's a 9.
What was the evidence roll?
8.
Oof.
What was Red's roll?
15.
Red,
Someone's
the
heart's not
smartest.
into the matter.
Yeah. Okay. Just given the sort of shape of the dart's keel, the only place you could really attach a rudder of sorts would be all the way at the back, which is largely inaccessible due to the hood that sits on the back of the dart, or at the very front, where you would also have the easiest time of turning said rudder with attached ropes. As for material, as you would enter the hold and look around, you do find a relative wealth of steel rods, metal rods, and wood in the ship's storage. Whether it's pried from the actual shelves that contain many of the crates and packages that you have in storage, or from the very bars of the safety cages they are in, you do have the supplies necessary to construct a rig for potentially a sail or a rudder. You start harvesting materials?
Yeah, sure.
Given what you have available, would you take the steel rods from the cage or from the shelf?
Shells. The cage might be useful as the cage, but we don't have to take it apart.
And can I, from everyone, please get an athletics check?
For me, it's a 7. I rolled a 10 for hugs, and I think that's a plus 10 last time, so 20.
Right, it's having a great day, and I got a natural 20. Which is
Ooh.
Amazing.
Nice.
so motivated today. That bump on the head.
I don't think Evelyn's really trying. She got a 6. She's just kind of like, very meh about the whole thing.
Soleil just has a 7, so he looks a little bit
Without
off
magical
too.
means or even the sort of general energy you'd usually feel, it does take a little bit longer than you'd hope to take apart these shells, to pry the bars loose from them and separate them out for construction. But as the end of the day starts to draw near, you'd be able to finish at least deconstructing 2 of the shells. As you go about this work in the hold of the Darns, as every now and then you'd see the light of outside, you get fresh air, maybe even through the now ever open latch above a certain pile of bones. You see in the ever-present light streaks of lines passing overhead. And there is a moment where a very strong line flashed by. There's a tremor that shakes the ship. A strong wind that accompanies a meteor of debris illuminating the sky above. Can everyone roll me a perception check with disadvantage?
Disadvantage? Okay. Dirty 20 for me.
4.
12. Oh,
And a 4 plus whatever for Hux.
Silence. You don't exactly know what a comet is supposed to look like. But as you observe this very jagged, sharp, tumbling, fiery debris fly past the Darns and impact the mountain overhead, you know that these meteors aren't natural in any way. The heat and the speed at which they fly, at some point they should have rounded edges. But whatever the object was that you saw tumbling through the sky was sharp and jagged, almost square in its general shape. Up the mountain you see a burst of rocks and lava shoot into the sky, where the fire impacts the blackened rock. And several seconds later you feel the rumbling quake underneath your feet, tremors shaking all the way through the dawn. You brace slightly and hold as it subsides, and keep a close eye on the mountain for a few seconds. But as you see no rock slide or breach of magma occur, you return to Earth.
I will probably tell the others about it.
Yeah, I bet.
Like, did you just see that, Red?
yeah, something.
Was like
No.
the weirdest shooting. No, I don't think it was a shooting star, but like there was something falling from the sky, crashing into the mountain.
Oh,
I guess it's something from the old Arcanum.
probably. Maybe it's a bookshelf.
Could be anything, really.
Yeah.
There was a lot of weird stuff up there. Could be one of those living spells.
Oh, maybe. Well, it wouldn't be living round. Well, would it? I don't know.
I don't even know how spells can live, so
I don't know, man.
that definition of living spell is like kinda hazy, you know.
Let's get off this route. That's what I say.
Oh yeah. It's like the best thing I've heard today.
As you finish breaking down the two shells, you are feeling the exhaustion of a very long day. As you consider resting through the night, where would you do so, and are there any other preparations you make?
Evelyn would probably make her way back towards her lab for the evening.
You probably need to keep a watch just in case
Yeah.
something crazy.
I guess we're
comes up
back
and
to
you-
keeping watch. Oh, how I miss the mansion right now.
Yeah.
Well, I take the first watch then.
Okay. Who takes second?
I guess I will.
Anyone take third?
If asked, Evelyn will take a watch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
God,
same for Hux.
Okay. Then with all watches covered, at least physically, go ahead and roll me perception.
22.
Natural 20 again.
That's your day, Red.
So I'm just having a great day. I got knocked out unconscious, and I'm just happy to be alive.
13.
Did I roll proxy? Uh, 11 proxy?
Plus 7, so 18.
The first 3 watches of Cyrus, Red, and Evelyn pass relatively uninterrupted. There is no major incident that occurs. But throughout the night, you are occasionally awoken by minor quakes. These slight tremors caused by the impact of meteors somewhere distant on the island. And curiously, those of you keeping watch and those of you that awaken every now and then throughout the night, you witness something that you'd never observed before. A sleeping Vidar.
Even he hasn't done that probably for a couple 100 years now.
Throughout the night, you experience a sweltering heat. Whenever you do wake, you awaken in a pool of your own sweat, and likely with a parched, dry throat. Your sleep, as little as there is fairly miserable. The sweat and heat, accompanied by your own restless twisting and turning, leaves you feeling exhausted. Huxley. As you take your watch, despite the light of morning that should arrive during your watch, the sky is relatively dark. The colored clouds almost appear desaturated compared to the entire day yesterday. And the light that pulsates so distantly looks a little bit smaller than the low sun you had seen. As much as the light appears muted, the periodic flashes of color that happen throughout the night seem almost brighter, bigger, and more colorful than before. Every time one of these flashes happens, it drenches the whole world in a strange hue for minutes at a time. And each time a color washes over the ocean, waves, and mountain, you feel a little bit of a tingle deep down. This surge of power you only remember. Each of these flashes is accompanied by another burst of meteors, comets, and tremors. In the distance, high in the sky, it almost looks like an erupting volcano. Near the end of your watch, during one of these flashes, a poisonous green hue falls over the world, and a cluster of meteors bursts forth from the light. Roaring flames and a brilliant verdant glare towards you. The meteor illuminates the waves in the same oily green as the veneer currently lying over everything inside, and you see the projectile's reflection in the water, propelling towards you at an incredible speed. You have very little time to react. In one turn, what is the first thing you do? With everything drenched in this veil of green, you see a bright green flame barreling toward.
I
It's
will
still
run
several hundred feet away, but as it, in your perspective, simply grows larger and larger, not much moving in any other direction, you know it is headed somewhat directly in your direction.
I will try and wake up the nearest person to me. Like,
Well, this begs the question, where would everyone be sleeping?
Evelyn was sleeping in her lab.
Guess I was just still sleeping in my normal bed.
Yeah, I think it's darker in the bed, so probably in the bed.
Okay, so
Where's Vidar sleeping?
oh, he's going to a bed. He's sleeping in a bed. He's an old man right now. Huxley,
Wait.
as you
He's
are
sleeping in
obviously
my bed.
Yeah.
away
Oh.
from everyone. We'll
Like
take
the-
top bunk, it's fine.
how much time, like, do I think I have? Like, seconds or minutes? Or...
That would require an intelligence check from you,
fun.
which would not take your action, but may be difficult for you. Let's see what happens.
Would it be a survival check?
You could do it as a survival check.
I rolled an 11 for you.
That's an 18 versus an 11.
18. As you observe this comet arcing towards you, as it flies in somewhat of an arc, you're not exactly sure if it'll directly hit. Hitting a target as comparatively small as the dart would be a massive coincidence. But the impact itself, even if it is nearby, would likely cause significant tremor. Or if it hits the water, a significant rain. You probably only have a turn, or maximum 2 turns, for this thing to impact somewhere. Given the speed at which it is flying.
I will start banging against, like, with my pickaxe against the ground as I run in towards the stairs. And
Mhm.
like start screaming, like, meteor! Or, well, Hugs probably doesn't know that word. Green fire! Green fire!
Big rock.
Big
Oh, God.
rock.
Yeah. What is your speed if you dash?
If I dash, it's 80 feet.
Okay. You would quickly make it towards the spiral stairs, banging and screaming all the way down, and you'd actually be able to, in that dash, reach the sleeping chambers. Which door do you open? You have the choice between Evelyn, Red, or Silas and Vidar.
I feel like it would be Evelyn because that's the first door from the stairs, or the closest. Going.
So you'd go
Yeah.
for this sleeping room?
Yeah.
I think this is the one that's the closest. Evelyn's over in the lab.
Yeah.
Oh, if you
Okay.
come down, like.
Because you have to come
Yeah,
down.
I guess it kinda
currently
depends.
been, like,
But I
20
guess it depends if you made like a quick.
You
Turn.
didn't jump off the stairs.
You know, this is aside from you,
Yeah.
you know, banging.
Also,
and
I
screaming.
think Hugs would like just run into Evelyn's room and like cover her with his body
Mm.
or something.
Okay. So you'd likely slam open the door to Vidar's and Silas' room, and then You probably have enough movement left to get to Evelyn and just throw yourself on the sleeping gnome. Then rest.
Evelyn's
Can
gonna
you
think she's
give
gonna
me
die.
A perception roll and a con save.
Sure. Is it like a disadvantage because I'm asleep for the?
No. You are sort of opposing yourself.
What?
Okay.
So the perception is a 21.
Mm-hmm. No roll a con save. Alright.
6.
Well, for better or worse, you do immediately wake up as you hear the slout clanking and banging. You've probably awoken quite often during the night, just due to the heat and the occasional tremor, but you can immediately tell that this one is different. You hear Huxley screaming about a green fire. Silas, you and Vidar immediately awaken as your door is flung open and you hear Huxley directly screaming. And of course, Evelyn, you awaken
That's an impact.
immediately as something impacts you. And
I
you
think
notice
Evelyn's
a
reaction
wave.
would be to just clutch onto. Thinking initially there is that it's an attack. She would just wrap herself more around Kieran, and as she's trying to figure out what happened.
Just see this like black creature.
Yeah, terrifying to wake up to that. To reiterate, absolutely terrifying to have
Also,
this like strange black creature just impact you like hurling their body on you.
Also really strong.
Yeah.
Just holding it down.
Yeah, terrifying.
I feel like like Hux is what's the word? Anticipating an impact, so he would like try and
Oh, yeah, that
hold
makes
her
a lot
down.
of sense.
Silas, you see Vidar sort of, sunken in eyes, turn towards you and just mumble, the deck. And he, in this stumbling run, which you can tell is slowed by the armor, he starts running towards the deck.
I will follow him. I don't know what he means, but it sounds probably
You
right.
overtake him, because he's definitely slower than you are.
Yeah, I'm gonna be running towards the deck. Why is he running towards...
Why is there
You
only
can
two?
get up
The
that
hatch
way.
is currently open.
Oh wait, what? Who opened it when?
Hux just ran in from her. Yeah. Okay, I will just...
Whether or not
Wait,
Hux
what?
would have jumped down and run there or taken the stairs would have not really made a difference.
Oh, was it like flung open when it crashed or something?
During the time you were working on the storage, breaking things apart, it would have gotten fairly hot,
Oh, okay.
and the hatch likely
Yeah, flat.
would have remained open
I
at
see.
that range.
Yeah, I will run upstairs
Either
then.
way, it is not currently sort of locked, so you could very easily open it or close it.
Rat comes running out with a comforter, ready to jump on something that's on fire,
Mm-hmm.
and then is very confused.
Silas,
Mm-hmm.
you do not witness the cluster of meteors that Huxley saw. All you witness is the impact of something. The impact of something heavy on the waves. Still some hundreds of feet before the coast, you see this colossal fountain of water just catapult into the air. You see steam and water filling the sky immediately surrounding you as a massive wave barrels towards the coast.
Alright, we have to close everything here. I'm gonna scream, big wave, close everything!
Can you give me a quick count?
Good one. 19 plus... What's my con? Plus 3. 22.
You are likely standing sort of here on the top by the time that Vidar, out of breath and clanking towards the ladder, arrived below.
The harpoons! Quickly! You have to secure the dart.
I guess I will start shooting the harpoons. So,
You have at this point
they stick into the
largely
rock.
Moved up your movement.
Oh,
You
yeah,
could probably
yeah.
still get to the harpoon.
Yeah, I guess I would at least go there.
This. Do you find it, and where do you?
How long was the reach? How far? I mean, these things.
You'd estimate it would likely reach, currently with, no wind interfering, probably to around here. This general distance.
Okay, we don't want to get pushed there. I feel like it's a better idea to actually shoot them a little bit backwards towards the coast. Because then the wave cannot push us into lava. And at the same time, when the water retreats, we might get pulled back into the water and can use it as a ship without using force ourselves. So I'm gonna shoot it like towards the coast line.
Okay. You mind marking exactly the spot you shoot?
Let me see, from here to... Yeah, I guess here somewhere. Or like maybe the rock here.
You attempt to shoot it to the rock?
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll me an attack roll. You may add your proficiency to this ranged thing, so I guess like your roll.
My what? My proficiency?
Your
Proficiency?
bow.
My bow. These. My bow is a +2, so it has like more bonuses on it. I don't know if that counts. Because my bow has a +12 to hit. That would be a 25.
Okay, we just subtract the 2 damage.
Yeah.
Still leaves you fairly high above a 20. You shoot the harpoon, and it lands a little bit short. You see it clank. You see sparks flying as it embeds itself into the rock. Everyone has another turn. What is it that you do?
Does it look like anything on fire? I mean, did I come out in enough time to hear Vidar clanking? I don't know.
You
At
probably
the-
can hear.
Yeah, at the time you hear, Silas and Vidar dashing down the corridor, you would likely be fully aware where they're running.
Might have been able to hear Silas just yelling to secure the ship or
That's the
close down the
thing, yeah.
ship.
You would have
So,
heard
I will
both
come
Vidar
up.
and Silas.
With my trusty comforter ready to light something on fire.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll dash. Yeah.
You see a heavily breathing Vidar crawling out of the hatch, slamming both of the hatches down.
is like Silas saying that. I'm like, fire? What? Wave? What?
What do you do, Silas? You do have another turn.
Did you tell me anything? Like, I have a bonus action? I don't know if I got to do anything.
Vidar, you see pointing towards the harpoon. Out of his mouth, you get no words, only. Alvin is currently muted.
I'm back. I just brought something to drink.
We have our
As
next turn.
Red runs out onto the top deck, Vidar crawls out of the hatch and closes. Is there anything you say? Vidar is fully out of breath.
So Vidar shut the shutters
Hatch.
basically. Yeah, the hatch.
Mhm.
Okay. And the red is standing at the other one there. Okay. And then Silas will run.
Red ass.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I asked her like, fire? Wave? What?
big wave coming! Quickly shoot that cannon back left and then run inside and close the door. As he says that, he's already running inside it. I don't know, was there a button or how is that thing working again? The door, the normal door.
There is a lever.
Lever. So it's a mechanical thing rather than like a magical whatever it was. Okay. I guess he's like readying his action and waits for the other two to get in here.
Red already used his action.
Yeah, so I don't really
Oh.
have time to like aim and shoot. Can I just hit the shoot button as a bonus action? The shooter pretty much like straight into
You
this
okay?
wall.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can give me a completely unaimed, just panic shot if you want it.
Because I got no time and like Silas is running away from me, so I'm like, oh
Yeah.
crap.
Sure.
I heard what he said about shooting it backwards, but
Yeah, that's
Then
a.
go
I ain't
ahead
got
and
no time.
roll me
It's
a
fine.
1d20.
yeah. baby.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
I just give her a little flip and whoosh. Are the fastest hands in the West.
You sort of run forward
Not-
in this
and
half
jump
leap,
away.
hit the release, and immediately turn to leap back through the gateway. As Silas flips the lever and you hear this clanking and slowly the gate begins to close.
Hold on to something. It's gonna be crazy.
I wrap myself up in my comforter that I brought.
I'm screaming that down the stairs also, by the way. I'm just
The
grab onto
small
something.
tsunami crashes into the cliffs, and this monsoon of warm sulfuric water pounds and clatters onto the island and the ship. A wash of water grabs hold of the dart, lifting it up, and at least attempting to push it further up, further inland. There is probably a good distance the dart moves forward before the chains pull taut. Before the dart slams into the cliffs further up ahead. And before the water then pulls it back with a similar amount of force, ripping it back towards the ocean. As the chains pull taut again, there is another lurch of momentum. As the chains and their anchors groan audibly. But with both of them in place and well anchored into the ground, the wave begins to recede fully, and the water once again settles somewhere below the cliff. And the dart remains in place. The green hue fades, waiting to soon be replaced by another flash of color. But at least for the moment, the danger has passed. Could everyone please roll me a con save? The DC of which is 15.
Saved for me.
Fail.
Saved with
That's
a
a fail.
26, and I will roll for Hux. I rolled a 9. Plus 10?
Yep.
Okay, 19 for Hux, so Hux saves, and Silas saves too.
I rolled a 1. That's an 8.
Evelyn, you gain a level of exhaustion.
Okay.
Everyone else, even though you rested for as long as a long rest, you do not get the benefits of a long rest. But you may take a short rest and use your hit die to heal.
I will definitely do that.
But we can't heal beyond the half, or can we?
Not beyond the half.
So we didn't take any damage then.
So, do we all? I'm sorry. So we all gain 1 level. Everyone gains 2. Is that what you're saying?
No, Evelyn gets a level of exhaustion. You did not yet.
Did he also failed his roll?
I did.
Oh, you failed? Okay, then you also get one. Sorry.
Okay.
I thought it was step. You could.
But even with the short rest, we can't get past
The
half
half.
hour.
Yeah.
No.
But I got back to full half.
The
Nice.
full half. There we go. Immediately following this somewhat rough wake up, and even though you all likely feel like you want to sleep more, in the sweltering heat and the adrenaline of the moment, you simply can't.
Once things settle, Ellen will recognize that it was Hux. And after a moment, like, nod and thank you.
Hux will like hold on until they're really sure
Mm-hmm.
that the danger is over for now. They're like, you get hurt.
No, I didn't. What was that?
The sky turned green, and then there was this light and this rock, and it was coming for the ship, but I think it hit somewhere else, and I didn't have much time.
Well, I appreciate it. And you're all right?
Yeah.
Good.
Awkwardly moves out of the room.
One of the first times we've
Goes
seen
check
Hux
on, like,
awkwardly.
The others. Yeah, I guess Hux wouldn't be aware that it's awkward, but
Yeah.
just he like goes and finds the others.
They're just like, okay, and goes out.
As you go to find the others, you probably find them still on the top deck, looking out through a likely still closed shutter gate, with Vidar leaning, sitting on the ground against Sent.
Yeah, we really need to get off this place. I think I understand what you meant by aiming backwards now, Silas, but I don't really have time.
That's fine. I mean, safe is safe.
Yeah.
It just would have been like... I mean, that was just... I don't even know how I thought about that in that moment, but like... Could have been neat.
Yeah. I mean, hey, at least we didn't get thrown into the volcano.
That is the most important part, actually.
It is a good idea, though. We could potentially like winch ourselves backwards with the harpoons.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's see. How far did we get in making a rudder and sail?
So far, you've only managed to salvage
The like materials.
the sort of metal rods that you need to build the rig of the rudder. If you build the rudder with wood, you have plenty of planks from crates and such available. If you were to make it a stretched canvas in between the frame of metal, then you do have canvas available.
Okay.
The only thing that would then remain to decide would be how to actually fasten the parts of the rig together, whether or not
Right.
that is with rope or some other ways to manage.
Is this totally crazy? But what? Just to get us off of this stupid, like nothing on this volcano seems helpful to us, right? So just to get us off of it, could we start like trying to winch ourselves backwards? Like we can work on this once we're in the water. And as long as we like stay with an anchor somewhere kind of along the shore, we could do like
Isn't
the
this a cliffside?
Yeah, there is a sort of bit of a deep drop towards the water. And you do see that there are somewhat strong waves still crashing onto the shore.
Hmm.
So you probably
Good
would
risk.
not be entirely certain that if you put the dart in the water, it wouldn't sort of repeatedly slam against.
yeah, yeah. Mo, what I'm getting at is, might it be worthwhile to like see if we can see how deep that water is, and if we can't, like move ourselves with the anchor a little bit, just to anchor ourselves in the water.
In terms of using the harpoon as an anchor, you could probably attach the chain to something heavy as an anchor.
Mm-hmm.
But the harpoon itself, you can't really aim downward.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't really be able to shoot it into the water.
Right. So like, but like one could be an anchor with something heavy. One could be into the wall, and we'd be somewhere in between. Potentially, maybe. So we couldn't get pushed in too hard, and we couldn't get dragged back way too hard. I don't know. It doesn't super matter.
Does sound really finicky and dangerous.
Yeah.
Trying it that way.
I mean, I'm assuming you discussed this with everyone else.
Yeah. Yep.
If you go ahead with these plans, just let me know what you are doing in which order.
I guess what the discussion is like, how quickly can we get off the volcano? It seems like there's some work to do still on a rudder.
Yeah, I feel like it's a better idea to get the rudder ready before we leap into the ocean. Otherwise,
Okay. Yeah.
if we're not fast enough or precise enough with the harpoons, we could get slammed against the wall or get
Yeah.
somewhere we don't want to be. So,
Yeah. Could be.
guess better be prepared.
Yeah. That's fair.
I mean, I've never
Okay.
been much of a navy
So
man, but
what do you do throughout the day? Do you work on the rudder?
rudder and sail, I guess, right? The things
Yeah.
we need to steer the dart.
As in terms of how you put the metal rods together, as how you fasten them together, how would you go about doing it?
Is it? I'm gonna ask Evelyn this, I guess.
Mhm.
Is it worth like trying to use the heat from any of these little vents to like weld things? I mean, you're gonna be way better at that than anybody else, if it is worth
It's going to be a bit messy and raw as you can't control the temperature. But theoretically, if you found some that weren't as hot as, say, the pure lava and instead use some of the embers, you could steadily heat up the metal until it got to a malleable point and weld them together that way. But you need some more equipment as well. Most
Here,
of my
it. Tools are in the
tools
bag.
are in your bag.
Yep.
And being able to hold on to the metal poles, they'll heat up as you're waiting for the end to heat up to a melting point. So you won't be able to handle them with your bare hands, as the heat's just going to conduct through it. But it's possible.
I mean, is there a better way to do all this?
The poles that you're doing, those are for the rudder, is that correct?
I guess so.
Yeah.
Like, we basically need like a triangle with a pole or something, or two poles, right?
Yeah. So you have the poles that you're using. What were you using for was it the shelves? For the...
I think it was like the wooden shelves for the in-between kind of.
You could either use the wood or just like a canvas.
Between those
I
two,
think
it doesn't
our
probably matter too much.
options are rather limited, so that's probably the best we can do. Could see if there's something about that could be used for handling the pole. Something more along the lines of leather or something like that that's a bit more resistant to heat. Rather than something like the bedding wouldn't work. I can look around and see if I have anything.
Okay. Do you want to work on the welding it together then, and I'll work on pulling more stuff apart for a sail? I mean, unless you think it's like a multi-person job, I don't know.
I can probably handle it.
You begin work on the rudder and sail by welding them together near the teeth of the flowing mouth. Throughout the day, as your work continues, through the passing hours, the flashes also continue. With each flash in the sky, with each burst of meteors impacting in random and distant places, the remaining light appears smaller and more diminutive. To the point where, as a late afternoon would start to pass, at long last, a short flash of purple fades into a sudden and utter darkness. For a long while, the only light shining into the dark stems from the gleaming red glow of surfacing magma and the flowing pools of lava of the mountain rising before you. Is there anything you do in that moment?
I check on Kieran.
So it should be daytime, but we also like it's dark.
The
Is it the
sky
end
as
of the
you
day?
see it is covered with dark and colorful clouds. At least it was when the light flashed last. And when it stopped flashing, it suddenly went out. There is just darkness in the sky.
Yeah, I'm gonna start reaching into my backpack. Or package. For a second, I don't know.
I'm gonna be ready to close everything again, because if that thing falls into the water, the second sun thingy, then it's gonna be
Silas,
another
you
wave.
instinctively move to the shutter gate as Red reaches his hand to, and Evelyn turns to look at Kieran. Is there anything Huxley does?
Just kind of whatever he's told to do.
Okay. Huxley, the only one who simply continues on with the work. As all of you within you feel this font of strength, washing away any thought of work or rest. A spring of energy bubbling forth from a dry and cracked desert. As you fill with life, strength, and magic, you may go ahead and complete a long rest for your character. And reset your maximum hit points to what it was before.
Yay!
Evelyn, there's a clacking, almost like a jerk. And then a second one as Kieran returns to life as before. Red, as you rummage around in your bag looking for your various things, your hand suddenly hits something solid.
I just start pouring Evelyn's tools onto the deck in case it goes out again.
You start pulling out tools, placing them onto the deck with a clang. As you just hear this very deep next to you as a very healthy looking Vidar stands in the deck.
He still breathes! Okay. I am still, like, even though I feel almost normal again, because I don't see anything, I'm intently listening to see if there's like a huge wave coming up or something. Like, I'm still not trusting this. I'm ready to still close everything.
Mm-hmm. You hold ready for a long while, but as close to an hour begins to pass, you grow fairly certain that nothing is.
I mean, I probably wouldn't wait for an hour. If there's a wave from this thing crashing into the sea, it's gonna be like, maybe I would wait for like 5 minutes, but after
Several
that,
minutes
yeah.
likely pass until there is also a distinct vibration underneath your feet. as engines long thought and kick back into power, and the dart slightly corrects its list on the ground, hovering a few inches off the actual ground, and the engines continue running.
That sounds good.
Oh, thank goodness.
Guess for now we don't need a rudder or a sail.
Yeah. Now that it's easy to make. Great. Huxley, is that you? Are you back?
I think Huxley's just like rapidly changing appearance. Like, it's just like running. Yeah, like
On the way to the
Everything
back
is
to the
just
ship,
like-
you just see a constantly changing form, growing, stretching in size, and shrinking again.
Nice.
feel so strong.
Good.
Oh, great. Let's get out of here.
That seems like it would be the most practical decision at this point.
Before we do leave, there is something I would like to confirm. And I am unsure if you understand fully the gravity of what has occurred. Aside from, of course, what everyone has felt and the danger to our lives. The very connection to magic was severed for several hours. Almost longer than a day. I think you might understand if you see it. The fragment of the chaos that landed nearby in the water. We should examine it.
Oh shit, do you mean like it's gonna extend way further?
The light was thousands of miles away. To shine so bright, to have this effect so far away.
You mean like the discs of Polythreme might have fallen onto each other? Is that what you're saying?
The discs are not held up by magic, so no. Their structure should have held. I would worry for anything magical in terms of infrastructure, but I'm sure globally this phenomenon had wide-reaching consequences. I would be curious to know what happened to the sleepers as well, but for the time being, the ruins. I will take the dart over the waves, at a safe distance, of course. As we are again within the full access of our tools and magic, we should prepare for a dive.
Do it.
So now that we have magic again, do you think it's safest that we keep the spare water on board in case anything similar happens, or is it safer to leave it here in case the blight wants to get in here through the water again?
We are far enough away from the blight that we can safely keep it aboard. Before we continue flying, we can simply dump it over the side.
Sounds reasonable.
For now, rest if you need to.
Oh, I feel stronger than ever. Let's go. Let's frickin' go.
The dart races off the ground, with all of you aboard, and flies a few hundred feet out onto the water where the dart stops, hanging over the way. Is there anything you prepare before you would go into the water?
Brett, how is your
Sorry?
magic fully restored, Brett?
Sorry, say that again.
Is your magic fully restored?
Yes. No, I was gonna go check on that one anyway. Sorry, I was just gonna talk to you. Kieran's alright? Yours is as well? I mean,
Kieran's
asking
fine.
Kieran's. Good, good. Whew. Good. Yeah, my magic seems fine.
I'm still not completely back up to par. If you have any ability to assist with that.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, here we go. I'll cast a Greater Restoration.
Thank you.
I'm gonna check on Vin just for funsies.
You descend below deck and you see, as you enter the room that contains Vind, you see Vind sort of half formed. Very slowly you see these bones clattering back into place. Bone meal forming the joints and the connections in between. Vind appears to be reformed.
Good.
And then I cast Death Ward.
Now why would you do that?
As per usual.
On Kieran.
I'm actually considering it. I don't.
Evelyn had Kieran fully previously tied up to her. So while she was maneuvering around, she has since quickly untied Kieran and has set him down to stand by where he normally does, next to her feet.
So would it be worth casting Death Ward on Kieran?
No, Kieran's quite fine.
Okay. I believe that we're about to go underwater and look at something interesting that was part of the Arcanum or something of other things. We need to see.
And so hopefully it won't disrupt our magics as we get close to it.
Yeah. I mean, we could argue with it if I don't know why this seems so important to him. Regardless, I think we should probably all get up on the main deck to be able to look out the viewing windows.
Right. Well, we'll do that then.
Oh,
I guess at some point Silas will be with you guys and will tell you that Wind is also doing fine.
that's great. Great news.
How quickly was he reforming?
I mean, I don't really have anything to compare. I don't really have him seen reform, right? So it was decent, I guess?
I can check on it later to see if he'll be of any assistance in this matter or not.
Do you check this now, or?
Yeah. I mean, you can check, Evelyn. It's gonna take us a while to get there anyway.
I will remind everyone, I think all of us should have potions of the water breathing if for some reason we need to open the doors. Have those on hand.
Sorry, yes, Owen would head down to check on Mint now. How is he?
At the time that you would likely get below deck and towards Vind's chamber, Vind would almost entirely be reformed. You still see a couple of pieces that are just sort of bouncing and clattering slowly into place. If you had wanted Vind to be ready, you could speed up the process. At the moment, Vint is simply slowly reconstituting.
Evelyn will go ahead and continue to hit him with several chill touches until he is back to full capacity.
Yeah. As you would start healing Vint, you would see these bones and bone meal move into place faster and flattering into place as Wind fully reformed.
And she will make her way back up to the main deck.
You see Vidar waiting on the main deck. The dart has flown out into the ocean and remains hovering over the waves. Currently, in the darkness of your surroundings, you do notice a faint glow from the waves below.
Evelyn will make her way out to inspect things, at least from the ship deck.
It would appear that some opposition has already formed. It is not a very long way down. but I sense magic in the water.
Can you tell what type?
The worst. Spells.
And well, I have a few theories as to what has occurred. You believe it's best to go down and see this for ourselves.
There is a chance I am not entirely honest with what I tell you. To a large degree, I need to see for myself.
Can I insight check Vidar?
What exactly are you trying to insight? Truth?
Evelyn doesn't trust him right now.
Mhm.
She thinks that this is a bit contrary behavior from him, to an extent, and isn't sure if this is brought on as some form of recovering from. He's been so weak and like helpless and useless over during this time. She's trying to figure out, is he trying to essentially compensate for something here?
Go ahead and roll me an insight check.
That's a 19. What? 19?
Having seen a very different side of Vidar the last day or two, there is definitely a sort of difference in behavior that you notice. You can tell that something definitely shook Vidar, despite him at this point having regained his composure and almost cold demeanor as to his suffering persona just a few hours ago.
Yeah, I can't imagine what that's like.
You can tell that there is definitely something there as he speaks about wanting to see for himself. There is a glint in his eyes that you perceptively would associate with the truth. But you can definitely tell that he is still shaken by something. He doesn't appear to be as distant and calculating as he usually would be.
Alright. Right, then I'll make sure everyone's prepared. And she'll turn to walk back. If Rhett meets her eye, as she kind of approaches him, she's telepathically going to speak to him.
Yep.
Be on guard. I'm not entirely positive we can trust Vidar at this moment. Don't think he's necessarily doing anything malicious in nature. But there's something here that's more for him than us.
Okay. I mean, that sort of makes sense. We don't know his history with Arcanum.
In the background you can see that one, Hux. I like that one the most, as Hux goes through the different shapes and sizes and whatnot.
What do you mean?
I don't know which forms you just showed. Probably another tabaxi if you did that.
Hugs doesn't seem to understand. Like...
I mean, your many forms. There are many cool. Many of them are very cool, but some of them are cooler than others, you know?
oh, like a bigger nose.
You have endless possibilities, not just a bigger nose.
Yeah. Like fur.
Yeah, for example. Could you look like a mini version of Vint, for example?
Oh, please don't.
I guess so?
Yeah. Yes,
This turns into a skeleton.
What about
Oh no, that oh
water elemental which could guard the deck while we're out
Yeah, that-
underwater?
please,
Did-
yeah, please do that. I look at her, look at the Vint version, and it's just terrifying. And I'm just like, oh please, just water elemental sounds
It's probably
awesome.
like Vint, but it has eyeballs.
Oh no.
Beggar, it sounds like Vidar is trying to take the ship underwater, or that he wants to dive underwater?
You haven't exactly asked him, but
Mhm.
the way he's currently standing on the deck, it's
Makes
sort
it
of
think
at the
dive.
wheel.
Correct. Okay.
Does appear like he is waiting for you to appear on the deck.
Mm-hmm. I believe Vidar wants to be a bit more hands-on, rather than inside of the ship. I believe that's what he's waiting for all of us for.
Right. But water elemental would work there still. Or whatever kind of elemental. I don't know all the elementals. One of the swimming ones, probably.
You'll need a way to breathe under the water. As for communications, I can message. But if there is anything else you have prepared.
So hear me out. Can Hux turn into an air elemental and then dive down, and I'm inside the air elemental?
Yeah, I guess.
So,
I guess you could breathe
I
that way.
wouldn't need to use the water breathing potion, you know. Just use it if it's necessary. But that sounds like
alternative
fun.
idea.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, alright, well actually that's
What about the
monstrosity.
crab?
I was about to suggest polymorphing you into a kraken, but
Oh.
God.
I gotta think about something. Hang on, I gotta look at the tables of stuff.
Black.
Well, you guys can go, or unless you really want to be polymorphed, I'll polymorph myself.
Well, I mean, if you look, and then we may as well take a 5 to 10 minute break real quick
Alrighty.
before you dive into the water, and I will be right back and with more drink.
Wouldn't you believe I wasn't expecting to have a lot of access to spells? I'm gonna have to look up. Select titles.
Oh,
Vidar stands
I
right
just googled some pictures from an Aklute.
They're pretty sweet.
Interesting.
I know one of it says wolf-like, but listen, it doesn't seem wolf-like to me.
How big is it?
Large.
Large. Here you are.
Should we take Vin? Vin's just gonna sink. Can Vin swim? That's a question.
Doesn't feel like it.
I don't think.
I guess not.
So. Okay, I'll leave
Probably
it,
have a swim speed that is. He would definitely sink.
Yeah.
In terms of a swim speed, he'd probably have 10 feet of swim speed. It would take a great effort for him to swim upwards,
Yeah, it's fine. I'll leave it.
but he
here.
could if he needed.
Elwyn has also left Kieran behind.
Your tokens right here.
Oh, I just made one.
I said I had one. Sorry, I didn't say it loud enough.
Was no effort on that. As you dive into the water, you will find it probably unsurprisingly comfortably warm. The glow from beneath the waves is present here. And immediately as you dive into the water, you see this cleft in the rock below. This thalassic darkness reaching far. You see the remains of a creature clearly in view, illuminated by this reddish glow that seems to permeate from somewhere beyond the cliff, further below. As you dive into the water, you would get each the message from the dawn. It is not much further, just below the cliff over there. But there are spells being cast. Something awaits us near the edge.
Edwin's gonna keep detect magic up.
I am going to guess a potion of water breathing means you can cast spells underwater. If you can breathe it like so.
Mm-hmm. Vidar, with almost a single push, swims forward, dashing along the skeleton will be running south.
So does it seem like the skeleton is what came crashing in recently?
Something.
The
something
skeleton
down.
appears to have been here a very long time. You see
Okay.
this mixture of plants and sulfur starting to overtake its entire form.
Yep.
The skeleton has likely been here for decades, if not centuries.
God, I'm so tempted to go grab a tooth.
I
God,
mean, you could.
tease me like this. How
You're
far
right
down is the
there.
skeleton?
The skeleton at this point is probably around 50 or so feet below you.
Oh, I gotta do it. Go, yeah. I'm gonna swim down and just grab one of these little teeth. One of the
Okay.
little ones.
As you reach the teeth, you can tell that the bone has almost become porous already. It is extremely old. So you have very little issue simply prying one loose with a sharp tool like a knife, or simply by force cracking one of these teeth off. And you may go ahead and add a leviathan tooth to your end.
Yeah,
Nice.
upgrades, people. And then I hurry after Evelyn eventually.
I will happily swim around Red, knowing what he has done.
What's Hux's swim speed?
Water element
Mm-hmm.
is like.
Use the smoke one, I guess. Oh, there is a water one.
90 feet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so do you could easily bypass Vidar, or do you, is your, like, yeah. So you could either keep up with Vidar, pass him by, stay with us. What would Hux do?
They would probably stay close to the group.
Evelyn has got a, if she dashes 50 feet in the water, movement speed.
Yeah, Lux will remain close to him.
You see
Fair.
Vidar as he swims further up ahead, slowly sink a few feet to where the final bones of the ancient Leviathan skeleton reached a little bit higher into the water, and he waits near that bone, almost as if taking cover.
I'm just gonna hold on to Silas's dorsal fin.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Just let him take me. Whee! Wherever he goes.
It's my turn being ridden.
I'm just. This is just like that swimming
Kind
holding
of.
on. You know. Okay, I can't.
And swim up to where Vidar is as he waits.
As you'd arrive, you would get another message. There is something up ahead. You see him? In the dark. Small glint. Go ahead and roll me a perception roll.
Everyone or who?
Everyone would receive the message, but I don't know if you would. Is up to you.
How does polymorph work again with perception, for example? Do I keep
He's
mine or
gotta-
do I?
No.
It's
Yeah,
the
he's
one
gotta
from
use-
the animal. Okay,
You use
Yeah.
the animal.
cool.
Only wild shape has a mix.
Oh yeah, wild shape was the mixed one.
I have
This
a
thing has a plus
natural
sword, though.
20.
Yes, of course. All for Alex.
21.
You see the glint
15 for you.
probably immediately as Vidar points it out.
It is a 13 for
Out
me.
of the corner of your eye, it could almost seem like a swarm of fish. But immediately, as you see the jagged movement through the water, you can tell whatever this is magical, even if it is still out of range due to magic. This close to the edge of the underwater cliff, you can also feel magic radiating from beneath. Somewhere over the edge, there is a great source of magic. And while you can't really see it yet, you can feel it.
It's like a magic missile or something.
Some sort of spell we're talking about. I don't remember if message allows.
It does.
You
Well,
can
sorry.
respond to a message.
No. Sorry.
Oh.
I can't remember if message also would allow work for Hux as an elemental, but if not,
As
I can
it
always
is telepathic,
telepathically.
I would say yes.
Okay. Technically, message isn't telepathic. It's a whisper.
I believe you speak the word, but yes,
Jess is right.
But
I would
I'm
say
sorry, I'm just
with-
being impressed. I'm just being impressed right now. Please ignore me.
with him being an elemental, I would say he'd be able to
Okay.
respond.
I
At
can
least
talk
in
in
non-combat
Aquan
stuff.
anyways.
Okay. And it seems like we need to go down over here.
Mm-hmm.
Just Vidar telling us that there was the spell up ahead.
Rhett is casting a message from time to time to, I guess, you and I don't think either of the other two run.
You see Vidar sort of dive a little bit lower, close to the ground.
Let's see if it comes.
As he starts moving over to the side. You have a turn.
I'm just gonna try and stay low as possible, but still. I'm gonna go at half speed for the moment. Sorry, she's not dashing for the moment, so that she can make sure she's not drawing additional attention to herself in the process of following.
I suppose we all still do good.
I'm not that smart at the moment, I'm just following everyone.
Go ahead and roll me a perception.
Who?
All of us, or who?
Everyone.
Another perception. That was really good. 2 good perception. Oh, that's bad if I had 2 good perceptions.
It's an 8 for me.
19.
It's 3 for Huxley.
10 for me.
10.
Okay. Evelyn, you catch it before the dark. Sort of flash of light. just barely visible over the edge of the cliff right here. Is there anything you do? You have a single turn.
Vidar's looking that way, correct? Not back at us?
You see him sort of almost diving like a fish headed towards this way and looking straight at him.
Ellen's going to look back at Rhett and telepathically say, "Tell Vidar there's something up ahead now."
I will cast message and tell Vidar that.
Okay. Then, as you see this lizard-like figure of lightning arcing over the end, go ahead and roll me initiative. And Vidar will not get surprised.
I guess even for initiative I roll the Orca initiative, right? Let's go.
Well, you have a 14, obviously.
Plus 2. So 16.
You said 16?
Yeah.
Nice. Our initiative sucks, guys.
Yep.
Let's see. 16, that's the highest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As you see this creature crawl over the edge, Vidar is going to cast a spell. You see this searing beam of light through the water as Vidar casts Sunbeam.
A vampire casting Sunbeam is kind of funny.
Mm-hmm. Like what other vampires does he not like?
You see the light sear through the water and strike this creature then. With this lightning fast movement, squirms and starts running through the water towards you. Some lizard-like movement. Huxley.
Mm-hmm. I will move. That's not the best choice for combat. I will rage, and then I will move into its space. Can't reach it. Can I reach like just before? If I move 90 feet, is it like within 5 feet of it?
Yeah, it would be.
Then I'll do that and slam it. Or punch it. With a reckless attack, so with advantage.
Oh. I killed us. Looks like a 16.
7. So 23 to hit.
23 hits.
And that's 2d8 plus 6 bludgeoning damage.
That total. Looks like a 2 and a 3, so 5 plus 6.
So 11. And I have multi-attack, so I'll do it again.
What kind of damage is that?
Bludgeoning.
Oof. 4.
Okay. 11 to hit.
11 does not
Yep.
hit.
That's
As
my
you
turn.
hit the first slam, you feel lightning arcing through your body as you are striking the precision target. You take 8 points of lightning damage. And then Evelyn, your turn.
I'm gonna go ahead and if I look over where this other spell was, does it seem to have reacted any differently with our like the noise of what's happening over here and the spell that's fizzled through the water?
You probably would see them sort of moving towards you in a jagged motion at this moment.
Blech. Then let me go ahead and range. Really far away. I can't remember when we've had encounters with living spells before. Have we tried to dispel magic on them?
Both times you have avoided them.
Okay. Then I will. And I'm going to hold the dispel magic for if they come into range.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't come into range, then I'll throw a dispel magic on this one instead. If that makes sense. Before I feel it fizzle out. Can I hold a attack like that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that is everyone's turn.
Okay. They do immediately.
Then that is a third level dispel magic.
Go ahead and roll me an Arcana check.
Mm-hmm. 23.
You cast the spell magic targeted at one of these living magic missiles as they are towards the water, and you see it shatter into pieces.
Okay.
The other ones, however, all of them, cast a first level magic missile.
So rude.
It is very rude.
Super rude.
And since there's no need to roll to hit, that is. You take 36 points of force damage as you are hit with a barrage of tiny projectiles.
I hate these.
And that is their turn. Which means Silas.
I mean, I see that. I will immediately move in front of Abelin. Because I have 60 feet swim speed. To around here. I guess Red moves with me because he holds onto my dorsal fin, right?
And let's see, let's go.
Good.
And I mean, I can't do anything else because I can't hit them from afar, so I will dash towards them for another 60 feet. And I am right in front of them now. That's my turn.
Okay. Red?
This is alright, because I'm sure that this thing much that my friend Silas wants to shop these things, but I was super rude, so I might just like prismatic spray.
Oh, prismatic spray, that's interesting.
Big old cone. Why is it interesting?
Why is that interesting?
No reason at all.
Okay, good. Shows a dexterity saving throw. I mean, I think I could probably get within a few. I could get all of them if I moved.
What, is it a cone?
Yeah, it's a cone.
Is it
So
like
like
30 or 60?
60 foot.
Okay. Yeah, you would probably easily be. Yeah, you can
I
get
could
off.
just like get off and.
Okay, dex saves. They have +1.
DC is 19.
One save so far. A single save. The one in the middle. Everyone else fails.
These D10s.
Spray them good.
These D8s. And specials. So I need 2 to make a Constitution saving throw. No, they're just restrained. Okay. Well, they will make Constitution saving throws if they're still there. Does cold or poison damage affect them differently?
They are immune to poison.
Okay, so one of them this does nothing. And the cold damage one. .34 cold damage to one of them.
One of them shattered.
I actually need to roll the one that you saved even. They take lightning damage.
They do.
It's half of 35.
Enough to shatter another.
Okay, there you go. So
Good
that's the one
work.
saved.
You cast
And-
prismatic spray, and in the display of colorful lights, 2 of the living magic missiles shatter to pieces. 2 of them are restrained for how long?
Until they make a Constitution save.
Okay. And then one of them is free to move.
Yes. And they, with the rest of my turn, I get back on the ship. By the ship, I mean Silas.
Understandable. Unless it is their turn. Another cross over the edge, and you hadn't seen it before, slowly forming from the crack, but as it is moving now, you see this green blob to it. Slowly moving your way. This wavering sphere in the water. I think I have all these spells prepared beforehand, but I didn't. 100 feet, 150 feet. Oh, look at that.
That's far.
That goes right on you guys. The living vitriolic sphere casts vitriolic sphere.
Okay.
Can both of you please give me a dex save?
Yeah.
Sure.
No.
And one of the magic
14.
missiles dies because it's actually kind of enraged.
That's hilarious.
They don't think that much. The DC
14.
is 15.
Oh.
I guess these creatures don't get like the what is it called? Bonus proficiency, right? They just roll on On the
And it's
decks?
just Dex.
because then I failed.
Then if you failed, you take 24 points of acid damage.
It hurts.
And you will take another 5d4 acid damage at the end of your next turn if you fail. If you succeeded, you take half of this damage and you do not take the follow-on. The living lightning bolts, unsurprisingly, are going to cast some lightning bolts. One of them is going to go directly at Aeon. The other one
Rude.
is going to cast through Huxley at the door. So, from all 3 of you, I guess, I will require a dex save. The DC for this one is also 15.
Success.
Yes. Assume this is an effect I can see.
Yes, you see it visibly charge up and this just discharge this bolt.
Do we have advantage then, or?
Yes.
I rolled an 18 for you then.
Ooh, dirty 20.
Nice, nice.
Everyone who failed takes 35 points of lightning damage. If you
What?
succeeded, you take half of it.
The DC?
The DC is 15.
15. And what was the damage?
35.
We-
35,
it's
so
35 if
17.
you failed,
17.
half if you succeeded.
Yeah. Okay.
And that is their turns. We wrap around to Dar. He's going to message at Evelyn.
Uh-huh.
High enough, the spell will destroy them. I can cast one at 8th level. It will take one of these out immediately. Command
Right.
it wherever you find it necessary.
And I'm just gonna explain the living lightning bolt that just appeared over there.
Is he telling me to tell him where to do his?
Mm-hmm. He's giving you a single use one shot destroy of the spell. Of the living spell.
Alright. I mean, she'd probably just tell him to go ahead and take out that one.
You want to do it now? Okay.
She doesn't sound playing around.
Mhm.
Well, wait. No, she wouldn't, because she doesn't believe there's not going to be more spells that are appearing, because this one already appeared over here.
Mm-hmm.
What about that prismatic spray? Yeah.
And that's what I'm worried about, is the prismatic spray spell going up.
Power would kill.
Oh, living power word kill though.
Oh,
Dude, I gotta make one of those spells. That's such a
No.
Living
good
death.
idea.
That's just living death right there.
I already made one custom one.
Ooh.
Alright, and that is his turn, which means Huxley.
Uh-huh.
And you do start your turn within 5 feet of this.
There.
You do take some extra lightning damage. Which is 3. 3 whole lightning damage.
Ooh.
Did the bludgeoning damage seem to work?
It appeared to work.
Okay. Then I will I'll just hit it twice again. With advantage.
Recklesses? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm sorry.
That is a 13 to hit.
The 13 does not hit.
What?
And a 17 to hit.
You should split. You should. Oh. Sorry, that was a blackjack joke. The second one hits.
Then 2d8 plus 6. It did hit, right?
The second one, yeah.
So, can someone roll 2d8?
That is a 9.
9, so 15 bludgeoning damage.
Mm-hmm.
And then could someone roll 3d8 as I will heal myself with a spell slot.
That is 13.
13. Okay, then that's my turn.
As you slam against the lightning elemental, not a lightning element, a living lightning bolt, you are gonna take 6 points of lightning damage. But you can see it start to flicker. Evelyn.
I'm gonna go ahead and toss a firebolt at the vitriolic sphere.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Yeah. A firebolt over there. So that's a 27 to hit.
27 hits.
And that is there's 3, right? Yeah. That is 28 points of fire damage. And
Okay.
I'm going to swim down slightly to kind of be more in the spine to kind of try and get some cover
Okay.
from so that I can't currently see this spell. I am kind of half watching this spell.
You're trying to get into full cover from this one? Or?
Yes. So full enough down that I can't see this one currently.
Mm-hmm.
But only kind of tucking behind this part of the bone right here so that I can
Yeah.
still kind of keep it on that one. And that is my turn.
Okay. This one's going to put it here and shoot another magic missile at the fish.
Not the fish!
That is 6 points of force damage.
Fish has done nothing wrong.
And that is its turn. The other one is restrained. I believe it can make a save.
Constitution.
What's the DC?
19.
Oh, it's only 20. It is free. Was that save at the end of its turn?
It is at the end of its turn.
Okay. Then it does not do anything else.
And it needs to make 3 successful saves to be able to move.
Oh, 3 successful. Yeah. Alright, then it is still restrained. Okay.
I mean, it could shoot its little thing, probably.
Yeah. But I mean, not now.
Oh, yeah.
Then it is Silas's turn again.
Fish's turn. Fish is gonna follow this one.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna... It's better, he's gonna tail slam into that one. Just trying to shatter it. With an 15 to hit.
Okay. 15.
Nice. We get some d8s. 1, 2, 3. That is 20 bludgeoning damage.
And that is non-magical, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
It's a tail slam.
You see a crack forming as you hit this magic missile, but it appears to still hold together.
Sadly, my multi-attack only works because I can't make both attacks against the same target. So
Ooh.
I guess I will just move around a little bit and just stay basically close to it and between the sphere and Ablin.
Right.
And that's my turn.
At the end of your turn, there's some damage.
Oh yeah, I do take some damage.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You take the remaining 10 points of acid damage. Sorry, disregard that second roll. No, so it's hit twice. 10 points of acid.
Yeah.
Isn't that here? I'm just trying to measure. Okay.
Uh-oh, CD wacky.
No. I can't.
Mm-hmm.
Well.
Yo-ho.
I should probably just attempt to shoot this thing. It's currently restrained, right? So that would be with advantage.
Advantage.
Mm-hmm. Yo-ho.
Gotta read my things. So I haven't done this before with the finger gloves, but I know there's like the 6 deep thing that I used to do, just unloading my gun at things.
Mm-hmm.
Can I do that with the gloves?
Yes.
How many times can I do that with the gloves?
Well, you've got 10 fingers, so 10 times.
Holy shit! And it's restrained, so it's not like disadvantage, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a regular roll.
Oh yeah, baby. I don't need spear. Always spear.
This stone ain't big enough for it.
I mean, it's gonna be dead. Like, it's
Yeah, I see at least. Yeah, I mean, there's at least 3 hits in there. It's got 15 HP there.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
definitely.
there's like 8 hits or something.
You see Red just arcing these streaks of just bubbles through the wall as this thing shatters to pieces.
And then I will get. I think I think. Wait, can I give bardic inspiration to him? Yeah, of course I can.
Yeah.
I give
You just give him
Alice
a
some
pat.
bardic inspiration. Yeah.
And say good boy.
Goodbye.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Alright.
Going
He's
into a
animal.
frenzy now.
Actually, I gotta check. Does it get it back? That's a 1, so that. What's the lightning? One does. This living lightning bolt is going to move here.
Oh.
And shoot a lightning bolt. I would require a dex save from Huxley, please.
Yeah, it's with advantage.
Can someone roll that, please?
I will.
Okay.
And +2.
Natural 20!
No.
Okay. Then you only take half of this damage, which would be 14.
14 is already halved.
Yes.
That is half.
Yeah.
Then the living lightning bolt in front of Huxley is going to make a multi-attack. Does a 13 hit you?
Yes. No, a 13 does not hit.
And a 12 also doesn't hit. It strikes at you, but you dodge it both times.
My AC is 14.
The vitriolic sphere is going to move up to the big fish. And it is also going to make a multi-attack.
The bestest of boys.
That is a non-natural 20 to hit and a 14. Does a 14 hit?
Yes, that's my armor class.
Okay, so that would be a grazing. Yes. From the first attack, you take 18 points of acid damage. And you are going to take another 5d4 the next turn. Unless you use an action to remove the acid. And then from the second attack, you would only take half of this, which would be 7. Also acid damage. And that is their turn, which means the down moves up. And cast Disintegrate.
Did you roll the acid damage for me at the turn?
No.
You did not get hit?
No.
no,
From the
first
first time,
time.
the patrol sphere. From
What do you
the
mean?
they failed their
Did both of you fail?
Yes.
they both failed.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Sorry, I thought it was just the fish that had. Then let me.
I think it's what,
do
5d4?
that. Then you would have taken 10 points of acid damage.
Not bad.
We both took 10 points. Disintegrate.
That is below his save, so I don't even need to. The average of 10d6 is higher than. So
Nice.
this spell gets deleted.
Amazing.
It is instantly disintegrated, but as it dies,
Mm-hmm.
it self-destruct,
Oh, that's
casting a lightning bolt.
cool. Avatar.
Will only hit Vidar because it only targets creatures within 20 feet. Yes. Well, that's a bad damage roll. Alright. Vidar gets shocked pretty gruesomely as that lightning elemental died.
Does he look okay?
Keep saying elemental when it's not. He looks fine, so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that is the end of their turn.
He probably likes it.
Which means Huxley.
Yeah, I will continue
Yeah.
to attack.
I swear I'll roll better. Yeah, got
That
14.
is 21.
Down hit.
No.
18.
I'm also.
So 2 times 2d8.
First one's 8. Second one's 8.
So 14 damage twice.
Which is just enough for you to give me a DC 15 dex saving throw, please.
Turn over. I was about to be like, back up.
Is it something
Is it
can see?
advantage?
It should.
You probably see it flicker and then suddenly
Oh,
charge
oh,
up
that's
as
good.
it bursts into lightnings.
Yeah, it looks like a safe.
19.
That is a save. Which means you only take half of 36 is 18 points of lightning damage.
18, and then someone roll 5d8. As I will heal myself again because I do not wanna shape out of wild shape.
You know what? Maybe Red should roll this one.
Well,
There's so many ones and twos. How dare you?
I gave that like a wimpy.
Ah.
That's just as
and
bad,
roll a
almost.
further.
Yeah, there we go.
At least one
it
eight.
wasn't a DM. It was 14.
What? How much was it?
14.
14. Okay, and I will also move kind of closer to. Is there only that blob left?
Yeah.
Or
Only
anything
the
else?
living vitriolic spears.
That we see.
it was
There's
kind of
also
moved
still one magic missile.
Oh yeah, there's still one
Oh,
magic
yeah.
missile. Right
Oh.
there. It's so small.
I will move just in front of Evelyn. I should be able to get there with
Mhm.
90 feet. Yeah, be kind of off to the side as well, but yeah,
Okay.
that's my turn.
Then this doesn't matter anymore. Evelyn.
I'm just actually gonna swim upwards 20 feet, or 20 feet again to get out of her like cover that she's given her. Can I do an action for a perception roll to try and see if there's any other spells? I know that there's the ones here. I'm trying to make sure that there's no more that have been creeping up.
Go ahead and roll me a perception.
Oh, alright. 17?
Okay. As if you were near a forge, you feel this sort of glare of magic from just over the edge.
Mm-hmm.
And you try to watch and feel just for fluctuations where they might be moving, or visibly if you can see any points of light or weird bubbles. But as you look around, you currently see nothing of the sort.
Okay. Then... I have any bonus actions? Okay. No. Then I will just kind of hang out where I. That's his turn.
Hmm? Silas.
Just kind of trying to keep an eye out on things.
Wait, hold on. Actually, the magic missile goes first. This was the unrestrained weapon. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Does it get back its magic missile? It does not. Which means it is going to poke you for an incredible
Not to poke.
3 points of force damage.
Doesn't. Oh, it automatically hits. Nice.
Yeah, it's a magic missile.
I take 3 damage.
That's its turn, which means it's your turn.
I
You
will.
have 2 targets.
I will bite it and then tail swipe the other one.
Okay.
First the bite. It's only a 12 to hit.
Ooh, that does not hit.
And the tail swipe kills Ablin. And is a 22 to hit.
And Tailscope was at the vitriolic sphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
22 hit.
2, 3, 4. Oh, that's 30 bludgeoning damage.
Nice.
Magical. Okay. As you hit it, as it begins to sort of waver and lose its form, you can sort of tell that it likely has resistance against non-magical attack. But you've done a...
I'm a fish, I don't know that.
True. Everyone else could tell.
I'm biting and slamming.
As you tail swipe at it, there's a little bit of acid that gets on you. And you take 7 points of damage.
Oh,
Acid. And then from the previous time you got bit by the acid, you also take
Oh.
19 points of acid damage.
How are you looking?
definitely a little bit more than bloodied.
That matters.
Okay, is that your turn?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm realizing the creature under me is becoming bloody,
Uh-huh.
and how bad it would be if it switched back. Just randomly.
Because you lose your mount.
Sure,
Plus,
yeah,
then
that's
also
the main
couldn't breathe,
reason. Yeah.
That's fair.
What kind of... Am I aware of most large creatures? If I were to pick something else to transform Slay into, for example, like a Spinosaurus type of underwater dinosaur. Is that unreasonable?
With the Spinosaurus, you would not get its legendary.
Sure.
But yeah,
It's a
you would be
higher
able to
level
do it.
polymorph, right? Oof.
Yeah, I gotta check if I even have it. How do you do that? I think it's, the CR is under our rating.
It's the spell, so it's if where is it?
What CR is it?
13.
Okay, so you would need a 6th level spell slot.
Yeah, sure, I'm fine with that. So I will instead cast, for my action, I will cast Polythreme. I'll find the token in a moment. If I move this way, if I move away, will that trigger attacks of opportunity? Specifically from this thing.
It would not.
Okay. I think I'm gonna do that. Because I've been making my saves so far, but I'm gonna get unlucky sometime.
Uh-huh.
So yes, I'll find the better token.
Okay, so you cast Polymorph?
Yes.
Okay.
To reset your
You know what would be cool? Live in Polymorph. Anyway.
Why you like this?
Is that... I'm assuming that's the end of your turn.
It is, yes.
Okay, then it is the spear. Let's see. Doesn't get it back. So it would make a multi-attack at whatever is in front of it. What's the
Those are
Spino's
both at
AC?
15.
Sorry. I was supposed to probably.
As both of those hits. Both add them together and As both of those hit, you will take an additional 10d4 acid damage. At the end of your next turn, unless you wipe off the acid.
That's the stats. I
Good.
probably should have started with this.
The Spinosaurus, fresh out the gate, takes 35 points of acid damage.
Oh no, it's below 200 hit points.
And that was its turn, which means it is Vidar's. He's gonna move to the end. And look down. Huxley.
I will move up to the blob,
Mm-hmm.
punch it.
Okay.
Punch it!
It's gargantuan.
I'm a really big boy now.
I really hope we use some big spell now. We can just eat it.
Hit 7 roll for Huxley.
Sorry. What was it? 2 attacks?
2 punches.
Reckless?
Advantage. Yeah.
10.
17.
That'll hit.
10.
That'll hit.
So 2d8. My dice.
Sorry. Yeah, 2d8s.
Ooh, good roll.
Nice.
Nice.
A total of 27.
12. So 39. Yeah. And then I will heal myself again with 48.
It looks, as you slam into it, almost like it is about to wither and drain. And in turn, as you hit it, you will take 8 points of acid damage.
And I healed for 10.
Yeah.
Evelyn.
It seems like they do have the situation under control here. So I'm going to move a bit.
If it looks like the creature is like not looking great, can I also move back
Okay.
like 20 feet. Since there's a massive,
20 feet.
roughly,
Which way?
just away from the from the blob.
Mm-hmm.
Think so?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
I was just darting forward.
The magic missiles. Oh yeah. What are you doing, your turn?
I just moved forward. I dashed.
The Spinosaurus takes a whopping 9 points of force damage as it gets poked by the magic missile.
Ooh.
And that's its turn, so... Silas, it's your turn.
Yeah. The dinosaur lets out this roar. I don't know if underwater it's very menacing or not, but he's doing it. And then
You
he's
should probably do some bubbles.
And then... Okay, I'm just... he's gonna multi-attack. Gonna do a bite attack against the magic missile and 2 claw attacks against the
Go ahead and
sphere.
just roll the claw attacks.
Let's see, what does it have? Oh, plus 12 to it. That's a dirty 20.
Yeah, that hits. You don't need to.
And a natural 1.
Yeah, the one is because as you hit it once, it starts growing in size and then pops. And I require a save from you, please.
Which kind of
As
save?
on its death, as it died, it cast vitriolic sphere on itself. That is a dex save, DC 15.
Fail.
You take 19 points of acid damage. And as you had not removed the acid from yourself from the previous attacks, also take 28 points of acid.
You're the best
And with
HP.
that, for the moment, you are out of initiative.
Letting out another loud roar.
Everyone will slowly move up the edge with Vidar. Still keeping detect magic up. Still trying to be on guard, keeping an eye out for
Vidar
any.
casts message and again. There are more. Looks like they are coming from the tower.
How does... can I tell how Huxley looks? Like, that's wise.
You could probably see that compared to before, even though it is a water form in the water, you can sort of see its outline as it's denser than the water. That there are sort of areas where you see the water almost vanishing into the rest of the ocean. This sort of, I wouldn't call it flickering, but the sort of shred that you see missing, probably.
I'll give you 9 points of healing. Cure wounds. Does it seem I don't know. Yeah, that's fine.
No,
That's
no, it's not. It's definitely not that injured.
Okay.
When Vidar sent the message, everyone would have sent it back, and the tower is where you want to go.
It appears to be the large fragment that impacted on the ground there. Likely ripping open that wound of magma.
You see Vidar dive over the edge. Does anyone not follow?
Berlin will follow.
I'm just a
She's
stupid
slow, but she
dinosaur. I'll
follows.
follow.
As you descend past the cliff, you see what lies below much more clearly. You see pieces of debris, these chunks of rock. What looks like broken architecture, all submerging in this large cleft of what can only be magma. Boiling and steaming the water in its immediate vicinity. It gets significantly hotter as you dive. And you see a massive tower within that cleft. From the tower you see light flickering. And around it
let's see. 2 more of these. And probably during the time that you descend, as the tower flickers and burns brightly, forming from its line, we see
Knew it.
Aha.
Freaking knew it.
a living prismatic ray surging forward. Go ahead and re-roll initiative. As you've had some time in between. Oh, yes.
11 for Huxley.
13.
I also have a 13.
Your dex is probably better.
My dex is -1.
Yeah, the dinosaur's rough. He's too big. He's bulky.
So Huxley probably goes first.
Yeah.
Listen, the dinosaur is doing an excellent job of soaking up
Oh, yeah.
damage.
Definitely.
Absolutely. That's a hefty amount of damage that dino took. This is where Vidar wants to go. Again, Vidar.
I'm guessing Silas goes before Huxley.
No.
No, not
Yeah.
currently.
I have a -1 at the moment.
So,
Oh yeah.
I can put it as 14 if you prefer for Huxley.
No, that's fine. I just need to know once to get my order. Okay. So, first up, the big player on the field. Let's see, 120 feet can move. Almost without any resistance, moves through the water. This sphere of crystalline light. Moving towards you. And that is its turn. Inland.
Evelyn's going to shift to at least move and catch Vidara's attention, so he looks at her,
Mm-hmm.
and then telepathically, right, that one seems like a good one to just remove. Then she's
Alright.
they're so far away. The closest thing is what, 100? Yeah. Okay. She's going to not stand plumped up because that seems like a horrible idea right now. So she's at least gonna dart over here.
The dart?
Right here.
You've ruined me. You guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. You're adapting.
Okay. Silas.
Yeah, I guess I will just move forward. I have 40 feet of swimming speed. I guess I will move 80 feet.
Mhm. You feel the heat
I'm
increase
not.
significantly as you dive in forward.
You're not riding with.
Nope.
I realized what the most annoying living spell would be.
Mm-hmm.
A counter spell.
Ooh, shit.
Or we could just go there and slam it until it dies, right? Just.
Living counters.
Also, the funny thing about this dinosaur is I have multi-attack, 1 bite attack and 2 claw attacks, and then I read ahead, and the
Ooh,
thing has a
tail
it has a tail attack, which is weaker than the other two, and can't be used during the multi-attack, so it's just completely useless.
Well,
Only if I want.
has
It's
10
bludgeoning.
feet,
It's bludgeoning damage. That's also interesting.
but 20 feet range, so I think that's probably the only use.
Yeah.
I
5
think-
more than the bind.
Yeah, I think the tail's like good for attacks of opportunity.
If you just can't reach anything
Correct.
else. that
Well,
is
yeah,
fine.
but attack of opportunity, it's gonna, even if something runs by you, you've got
Within 20 feet.
20 feet,
Yeah.
you can hit it.
Anyway,
Yeah, that's my turn.
Huxley.
I will follow the dinosaur. How far is that? Yeah, I think I can just
You
get
get
behind
close
it.
behind.
I will try to like be behind the dinosaur.
Okay, more
From,
like
like-
behind him. Okay.
Yeah, from like the angle of like towards the
Mm-hmm.
the thing. And I think I will also heal myself again with 3d8.
$13.
13. When the third level spell is better than the fifth level spell. And it's my turn.
Okay. Red.
I'm gonna very slowly make my way like this way. I guess I can dash.
Okay. First of all, is you specifically with your animal instinct silent.
Mm-hmm.
You are sort of intelligent enough to get an understanding that this heat means danger. You see these two vitriolic spheres almost lose sort of small pieces of themselves as they begin moving towards you.
I mean, I am still swimming. I don't know how high up we are right now, but trying to stay as high
You're
up as
probably
possible.
90 feet or so.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm.
Evelyn with our
Listen,
dex
he could've
save,
not
DC
done that.
15. And then from the Spinosaur and the Water Elemental, I require a save as well. Dex save DC is 15 as Vitriolic Sphere is cast, centered on the Spino.
Do you have advantage in
I
raging?
believe. So, oh, hold on.
No.
Yeah, Huxley will still be in it. Oh, well,
Just
Well, I guess if it's...
arguably Huxley is not in it anymore.
Yeah.
Like, it's just clipping the end. I would say Huxley's not. So it would just be the Spino.
Spino failed.
Okay, So, first of all, the lightning.
Mm-hmm.
30 points of lightning damage if you fail.
No.
And then the acid. That is 27 points of acid damage if you failed, and at the start of your next turn, you are going to take, at the end of your next turn, you are going to take 5d4 extra acid damage. And that is their turn, which means the dog gets to. Probably 30 here. Then Misty Step, another 30. And I believe, how far is the spell magic?
120.
Just out of reach. You see him hold a spell. And as turn order flips over, you see light flickering, and you hear a strange whisper at the back of your mind. Down below in the pits, they scream, they scream. Echoing through the water. What is it? So it would have to move closer, and as it does,
Yay.
Vidar casts Dispel Magic at 8th level, and you see the prismatic spray shatter. As it dies, it casts prismatic spray where it dies, but so far away from everyone, it does not hit anyone.
Good.
Evelyn,
Mm-hmm.
it is your turn.
I'm gonna move here and go ahead and cast Arcane Ablation on myself at 3rd level.
Okay.
And that is my turn.
Hey. Silence.
You have to tell me at which point it starts to hurt going there.
Where you are right now.
Well, I can't do anything else, so I will just move there.
Okay. It is fairly gradual. Go ahead and roll me a con save.
30-20.
At the moment, you only take 2 points of fire damage.
And that's my turn.
Okay. Oxley.
I will follow the dinosaur.
Mm-hmm.
That's my turn.
Alright. Red.
Oh dear. Let's see. good. I'm going to cast a little healing word at Evelyn because she looks like she got hit a few times.
A smidge bloody.
Which will be 9 healing to you.
Thank you.
And then I'm gonna. Oh. Yeah, that thing's in disadvantage shooting range. I might as well just open up on this thing.
Mm-hmm.
With regular shoots. What's its AC?
The AC of this thing is
That's okay, guys.
16.
16. Okay. This is. Let's do that. 1 hit. Okay. 2 hits. 2 hits. Okay. I believe will be PD6s. Would you like me to use D6s or D10s? Weapon does.
What do you mean? It should be one or the other.
So like the weapon does D6 plus Dex base, but your 60 rules had it doing D10s. Is that still true?
Yes.
Okay.
We go by.
Got it.
My gun rules.
Sounds good. That will be 15 piercing damage.
Okay.
Just a regular roll, but I believe it's magical because it is from the compass.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
And it is. Yes. Okay. First of all, the Spinosaurus is being attacked twice. Does a 4 hit, 11 hits.
No.
Does a 23 hit?
No. Just kidding. Yes.
Then you take 19 points of acid damage. And you're going to take 5d4 more acid damage if you do not wipe the acid off. And then, unfortunately, there's gonna be another cast of Vitriolic Sphere. So I require DC 15 Dex save from Huxley and Gladys.
I rolled a 15, but I have a -1 in Dex, so I fail with a 14.
No.
I roll with advantage.
Stylish? I don't think you used Bardic Inspiration yet.
Oh, yeah, good point. I totally forgot about that. I will roll Bardic Inspiration for the save, and I don't roll because it doesn't matter what I roll.
Yeah.
Although it could, yeah, there are no glancing blows for saving throws.
You roll a 1, it's
Yeah.
still
Okay.
Can someone roll for me?
Oh, sorry. Forgot. Were you currently raging yet?
No.
For advantage.
Oh,
It's 14 plus
wait.
whatever. I don't remember Barbarian.
No, but I don't have to rage to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just advantage, but 14 plus 2 is already.
Natural
so.
20, baby.
Also got a natural 20.
Then both of you only take 10 points of acid damage from that.
And I'm resistant to acid.
Oh.
Nice.
Gadzooks. Okay. And that is their turn, which means Vidar, who is... what is the range of this?
The lightning didn't attack?
You know what? That's absolutely true. And guess who's lined up?
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. I lied. It totally attacked
Well, you're
already.
actually not that lined up. But if Vidar goes back the way it was, there's
Uh-huh.
some other people lined up. It is Ret and Vidar, a whole new combo.
I lied. You just
Ret,
don't remember it. The lighting
can you
already
please
went.
give me a deck save, DC 15.
Yes.
If you succeeded, you only take half of this lightning damage.
That's good. I have 32.
At which point Vidar casts Finger of Death.
Nice, nice.
Something 4, 17, not enough. Enough to kill. And the lightning died.
Nice.
And as turn swaps around again, you hear this below ripping, screaming. Evelyn, it is your turn.
Here. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm gonna try a 4th level Dispel Magic on the Vigilant Sphere.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and roll me an Arcana.
Okay. Um, 26.
Okay. You cast the spell magic and you see the vitriolic sphere waver and then die, and as it does, casts vitriolic sphere on itself. Nobody is in range and it pops into.
Good. That's my turn.
Okay. Silas.
Jump. Jump. One jump and two claws.
Well, first, as we start, you take 8 points of fire damage due to the heat.
Still feeling jumpy with a 23 to hit, 22 to hit. And let's see what the other two are. Claws. Yeah, that's a 28 to hit. And a 19 to hit.
All of those hit.
It's a lot of damage. Let me see. Anything. 4d12. Does it matter between piercing and slashing damage?
No.
And that is 88. No, I lied. It's 82.
Okay. Immediately as you start just shredding through it, you see bits of this sphere of green start dissolving into the water around it. From those 3 attacks, however, you do take 19 points of piercing damage. Not piercing damage, acid damage. As well as the leftover damage from before, which would be another 9 points of acid damage.
Starting to look pretty low.
Huxley.
I will go punch it
Okay.
twice with advantage.
I roll 1. And red rolls the other one.
Okay.
You roll better.
I
Kill
rolled a
Upland every time.
I rolled a
You
7.
better.
I rolled a 16.
So 14 to attack and a 20 something to attack.
14 does not hit. 20 does.
2d8 for the damage. Who's rolling the damage?
Which
Red.
kind of damage?
2d8.
2d8.
Oh, sorry. Well,
12 plus... Oh, I'm not raging, so 16.
Okay.
And I just move like 20 feet away.
Okay. Exactly 20 feet.
Uh,
Exactly the radius of a vitriolic sphere. You can't help but notice.
just
I,
small.
I can move up to 45 feet away as well. It doesn't really
Oh,
matter.
okay. Okay. So, it does look fairly damaged. That's his son, Red.
Oh boy. I don't know if I can make it that far. Let's see. Oh wait. I took sorcery points just for this. I can cast distance spell. Polymorph.
Oh my god, he's re-polymorphing.
I'm just being perma polymorph.
Polymorph sickness.
Yeah,
kidding.
like, there's a decent chance you just die if you attack again and then take damage and then take damage. Well, I mean not die, but are underwater in a boiling environment, you know.
Yeah, go ahead. What are you polymorphing them into?
Just the same thing. I think it's Spinosaurus again.
Just a little bit of a different color.
Yeah, I just want to make
you
this one...
see the spine would just turn into this, leather of scales before reforming into the exact same thing. But without any
could
of the
be-
wounds.
salmon instead of orange.
Yeah, like that's okay.
Alright, is that your turn?
Yes.
Casually healed me for 180.
Misty step. Move. And then Vidar is going to cast a 5th level magic missile.
Ooh, that's a. Ooh, I can't. I lied. I don't have another 6th level spell. I can't do the same
Can
creature.
use a 7th level.
I already used it.
Do you have an 8th level?
Yes, and I don't want to use that one quite yet.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you're back
Then
to
you
the other
gotta
one.
Look
Oh no.
for another creature, or
Do you have the Sharky boy again? The Alahut. Aklet.
who is still here? So in that cloud of scales, a smaller thing emerges, just as the magic missile. Or
So not quite as much.
just
Points.
enough that right as this acolyte forms, this vitriolic sphere pops into a vitriolic sphere. Can I get a deck save, please? This is 15.
Natural one.
Intelligence. Okay, you take 20 acid damage. And then as you are, for the moment, out of initiative, I guess I'll just have you take it immediately right now. You also take follow-up damage, which is another 12 acid damage. And then for the moment, you are out of initiative.
Feels like I've been doing nothing but taking damage the whole fight. Okay, I back up from the heat.
As Vidar swims forward, you see him gesture with his hand, almost in a hurrying motion, pointing towards the tower.
Okay, is it like reasonable to think we could swim up high enough to not be burned? I'm gonna try to go over and hold on to that. What's up, chicken? Can we then like
Let's swim high up. Very
swim
high
and
up.
higher? Yeah.
You see Vidar pointing towards the base of the tower.
Base.
How high do you attempt to swim?
I mean, high. As high as the tower, basically. Because
Okay.
at the beginning I thought, like, that top is gonna be
See
like...
Vidar diving towards the tower, and you swim along the top. As you swim across the water above, you nonetheless feel this squall of heat rising up. Can you go ahead and roll me a con save?
All of us.
Whoever's crossing. If you're crossing at the top, then let me know, because it's less damage.
14.
And it's a 9 for me.
And Silas, you take 13 points of fire damage.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast Resilient Sphere on myself,
Okay.
and then Hamster Ball push myself across to the base using dash. I can't the first round, but after that dash, so I can have half movement again.
Red, if you succeeded, you take half of 14, so 7 points of damage.
No, I did not.
Oh, okay. Then you take 13. And then, Huxley, how do you grow? Huxley?
If that's it.
Huxley?
Hux will just turn from water to hot water.
Freya! Where are you? And I'm so sorry.
Well, I
Okay.
don't think Hux is gonna stay that close to me.
Everyone is going to move towards inner resilience.
Because I was just kind of hanging out near the bottom,
You
going straight
see
across.
Vidar prying open this gate and swim inside.
Can my hamster ball fit inside?
Yes.
And then I'll hamster ball
Double
inside
door.
after.
You roll in after. Two of you at the top of the tower. Are you moving down?
I'm not
gonna
smart
hurt.
enough. I will move towards the light unless
Come back.
Red steers me somewhere else.
I think we should move down, so I'm gonna like start steering, but I'm trying to decide. Does it look like there might be air in that door by any chance?
There was probably a few bubbles as the doors opened. As Vidar pried them open.
Okay.
It probably would have been this wall of bubbles.
Oh, actually, it doesn't matter if it's too big. I'm just gonna try to like message the Aklet or prompt it to try to go as fast as possible so we don't burn too much.
Okay.
Alright, then I will dash towards the door downstairs.
And as you do, as you dive as quickly as you can, you take another 31 points of fire damage. And you make it through the door. As soon as you enter through the door, the water is immediately colder. There's almost this slight shock you feel, your system feels at least, from entering so quickly from this almost scalding water into cool water. Huxley,
You back?
Freya, are
Alright.
you back?
Yeah.
Okay. How would you cross the lava?
Everyone like swam up.
Vidar swam directly across towards the base of the tower where he opened a double door, through which Evan rolled as a hamster ball, and the other two, as they were swam across the top of the tower, also then swam down and into.
It looked like we were a little bit ouchy at the top,
Yeah.
and then very ouchy going all the way down anyway.
Very singed.
So
I
it probably
would say-
doesn't matter.
Yeah, I will swim a little bit up and then I can like move 180 feet in 6 seconds. So I will just try to get as fast as possible, like across as fast.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a con save.
That is currently +4.
It's a double 4.
Unfortunately, you do take 43 points of fire damage.
43.
As the scalding water permeates your water form. And immediately, you as well, as you enter through this doorway, the cool water engulfs.
Now I'm looking worse than after any of the fights.
Yes.
I'm already bloodied again.
You find yourself in the water, inside a tower leading upwards. The air is cold and tastes almost slightly of ozone. It smells old, damp, and stale, but you can breathe.
Yeah, this thing's already blooded again. I'm just probably gonna drop that so we can talk. Drop the old polymorph.
Is everyone all right?
There's air again?
Yay.
So you dropped the polymorph?
Yes, you're you again.
Okay. Yeah, I'm feeling great.
Your tokens.
You see Vidar sort of walking around the structure in the middle, almost like a massive cube with these giant faces inlaid to the sides, glowing a bright, flickering orange. Imagine Forge.
What did he say?
What now?
Imagine Forge.
Have I ever heard of Imagine Forge?
You probably would not have as a specific object, but you know of Magin. You've seen them in Arcanist. These artificial construct life forms that are entirely made magic in their life, in their life's nature, and usually used by wizards as a sort of workforce.
That's kind of terrible, aren't that these like consciousnesses then? Is that who was screaming? Did you guys hear that, by the way?
I did.
Yes.
I recognize the voice. It is not from the Forge.
Oh.
Whose
Is there someone else
voice
here?
is
Already
it?
heading towards there.
Blech.
Let's
I
go.
was gonna try and keep up after him, but whose voice is it?
Corinne. A colleague.
Oh, where's the silence token?
The Forge is broken. The breaking of magic and its restarting has thrown things out of the balance. It will not work for a while.
And it's also resting in lava.
That too. I do not know how long this tower will hold. Its walls are lined with fairly thick lead for safety. But soon enough, the lead will melt through and the enchantments will break.
If I have detect magic up, is this reading his magic out?
You
Is it-
sense a strong, lingering transmutation magic from the Forge.
Okay.
That's it. I'm gonna cast a healing cure wounds on myself. Hopefully that doesn't set anything off in here.
You cast Cure Wounds and Cure Wounds takes place.
I mean, I was hoping it'd be a living cure wounds spell, but you know, it's fine. It's fine.
As the dog continues walking up these stairs, entering the next level of the tower, you hear again this squall of whispers and words, ripping at each other, screaming in the pits below the fire.
You know what they're speaking about, Vidar.
No. But I can theorize. To slowly make your way on, you see this staggering length of hogwork, just gears interlocking with other gears throughout multiple stories of this town. Strewn across them, you see creatures you had seen in Arkham, Magian, all lying across these columns. As much as the gears are unmoving, so are they.
I have no idea what's going on here.
Are you back to being a?
I
Yes.
think I'm a cat.
Yeah, you're a cat. There you
I thought you'd gone back, and then I saw the thing again.
are.
You get to halfway across multi-story level. You see Vidal pause, almost trying to listen for something. And Evan, you see magic forming somewhere in the ceiling above you.
Like directly above us.
Yeah. You see Vidar moving his hand towards the sword. You have
Above
turn.
us.
Is there anything you do?
I was just going to point upwards quickly and probably best move, and she's just gonna dart away so that she's not under whatever this is.
With like right under the ceiling, you mean like way up above?
Way up, sort of, almost towards the middle.
Oh, okay. So
Okay.
not directly.
Not
above us.
directly on the stairs above
Sorry,
us, but
sorry,
like
sorry.
super far
Okay.
above. Okay.
Okay. Still, then she'll at least point to that spot all the same, and doesn't want to stay clumped up. Clumped up is never good with spells. So she's gonna move.
Yeah, I feel like this thing is like spawning them.
If magic's forming, I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds again. I'm really going for this living Cure Wounds. It totally makes sense to me. Also, I'm really low on hit points.
You cast your wounds, it does not turn into a living.
Ah,
That is so sad.
And then all you hear from above is screaming. And something comes there. You see this almost ripple in space moving freely through the ground. You see the ceiling slightly shake as it moves through, as it descends. And I would like everyone to roll initiative again.
How many initiatives can we have? And
Also, how long is the session gonna go? Because I'm slowly getting tired.
Oh yeah, it is kind of late. How much longer can you go? I would imagine this combat is likely not gonna take longer than half an hour, and then maybe 10 or so minutes of wrap up. Is that too long for you?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can do another 45 minutes, to be honest.
Okay. Then as this thing comes down and you roll initiative, we can call it here.
Thank you, beggar! We have our magic bag!
Yes. Thank goodness.
And then we're gonna talk about next session because
You said the 27th we can't meet.
Alavan can't
Mhm.
do next session. Isn't that right, Alavan?
That is sadly the case.